Microphone. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome back to Casual Friday of the WaterFix hearing. I am Tam Dodek. With me today are Chair Felicia Marcus. I believe Board Member EDD Adamo will be joining us shortly. On my left are Dana Heinrich and Diane Riddle. We also have Mr. Buckman and Mr. Baker with us, assisting us today. Since it is Friday, let's do a little pop quiz. I will pick on someone who's wearing a tie today. Mr. Hitchens, please come up and give us the 3 general announcements. I want to make sure you've been paying attention.
If you hear an alarm, look for the closest exit and proceed immediately. Bathrooms are down the hall to the right and to the left, and we want this hearing to be transparent, efficient, and with integrity. And turn off your cell phone if everybody could take a moment right now to do that. Thank you.
I think I will give that a B plus. Yes, because you forgot this meeting is being webcasted and recorded, so please speak into the microphone and provide your name and affiliation before providing your comments. You also forgot, I believe, to take the stairs and not the elevators down to the ground floor and meet in our relocation site in the park across the street. You also forgot that if you cannot use the stairs, please flag one of the staff and you'll be directed into a protective area. And I believe we forgot to acknowledge that the court reporter is here today, and the transcript will be made available after 1B. If you would like the transcript earlier, please make arrangements with the court reporter. I think I'm gonna have to downgrade you to a C+. But very good for your first shot at it, Mr. Hitchens. All right, with that, we are ready to resume today. I still don't see a lot of people here, so we'll just go ahead and resume with you, Mr. Berliner, with Ms. Offenberg up next for the U.S. Department of Interior, and then Ms. Morris for the state water contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. First item I have is a bit of cleanup. We passed out an errata to an exhibit yesterday, which is DWR exhibit number 545 errata. Yesterday there was a wrong scale attached to the chart. We have corrected the scale on this chart. We had asked a whole series of questions comparing the MBK modeling charts against the California WaterFix modeling charts. I was not intending to ask any questions about this other than to submit it for the record that this is, again, yet another similar chart to the ones we had gone through.
Any objections, Mr. Lilly?
Well, I don't know what submitting for the record means. As far as admitting it into evidence, there's been no authentication or any foundation for this exhibit. So I don't mind having it marked as an exhibit for part of the record, but so far there have been no questions about it, so obviously it's not ready to be submitted into evidence.
Well, so mark it, and Mr. Berliner, just because of that, ask one question.
Mr. Beret, good morning. You'll recall yesterday we looked at a series of comparisons. This one concerns deliveries to the State Water Project Feather River water rights contractors. MBK did some modeling work to show what impacts would be on the alternatives 4A and 4ADO. Do you see those on the left-hand chart?
Yes.
Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Thank you. And on the bottom of that chart, do you see the sources from where the information was taken?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you familiar with the right-hand chart, which was an exhibit previously in this proceeding?
Yes.
In your view, do the charts roughly show similar impacts, with the exception that there's some slight differences in the critical year of the California WaterFix?
Yes.
I have no further questions on this chart, and per our prior practice, we will be on rebuttal authenticating the basis for the left-hand left-hand chart. Next question is for Mr. Easton. Mr. Easton, reflecting on the time that you were with the Department of Water Resources, to the best of your knowledge, was it common practice to have the operations staff sign off on DWR modeling assumptions prior to doing any major planning studies?
As I recall, you had asked this question yesterday, and my answer is the same. If it was, I don't recall. I don't recall having my studies signed off by.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And again, for Mr. Easton, do you agree that calcium is useful when used in a comparative mode for planning studies?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree that calcium is the state-of-the-art model for project operations?
And I'm going to object. The question is vague as to which version of calcium he means, particularly whether he means petitioner's version versus the MBK version. And Mr. Easton may have very different responses depending on which version he's being asked about.
I'm referring generally to calcium 2.
And so your question is it the best available tool for doing planning studies of CVP and SWP operations?
Yes.
It is, in my opinion, the best available tool, but that does not mean it's always right.
Understood. I think we had a quote about something, all models being wrong and some are useful. Next question is, do you agree that calcium does a fair job estimating long-term operational response?
It can, with the proper oversight of an expert modeler. Not anybody can run this model and expect to get a reasonable result. You need to review the results. You need to make sure that it's operating properly.
Has it been your experience that calcium provides useful information when used in DWR and reclamation long-term planning studies?
Can you give me an example of what those studies you're talking about are?
Just planning studies in general. It's a general question, not specific to any particular study.
Please repeat the question so I can...
Sure. Has it been your experience that calcium provides useful information when used in DWR and reclamation long-term planning studies?
It provides useful information when you review it appropriately and make a determination whether it is operating properly.
And is that the kind of exercise that modelers at DWR and reclamation have to typically go through in order to make sure that the calcium model will produce useful results?
It is the job of DWR and reclamation modelers to review their modeling results and ensure that they are appropriate.
And in your experience, is that something that they do?
In my experience, it's something that they do to the best of their ability.
And generally, do you agree it's better to use systematic generalized rules rather than customized rules for planning studies?
And I'm going to object. That question is so general that it's not appropriate, and particularly if it's for applicability to this proceeding.
Mr.
It's a general question. I'm not asking it in the context of WaterFix. I'm asking, as I indicated at the beginning of the question, generally, do you agree?
So
Wait,
Hold on. Mr. Berliner, please repeat your question for me.
Sure. Generally, do you agree it is better to use systematic, generalized rules rather than customized rules for planning studies?
And I'm still going to object. That question is so vague that it's not possible to get any useful information from an answer to it.
I'm sure Mr. Easton or Mr. Bure can answer to that effect after your coaching now. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to take a crack at this. Generalized rules do not fit every alternative with calcium. When you impose or evaluate a project with calcium, the generalized rules often don't apply to that change. And therefore, every change I've ever made to CalSim to model any alternative has required custom tools and evaluation of those rules. So you can't just plug something in the model and run it with a generalized rule and expect to have a reasonable result or expect that that would occur in actual operations. It takes a lot of adjustment and evaluation of those model results to determine if it's reflective of what may actually happen.
Okay, thank you. Change the subject, go to climate change. I think we've established that the model that MBK created did not include climate change, correct?
That's correct.
So I have some specific questions as to whether certain variables were addressed in the model. And hopefully these are yes, no, but if yes, no is not sufficient, you can of course expand.
Mr. Berliner, please get the microphone closer to you.
Sorry. Does the MBK modeling estimate how sea level rise will affect delta salinity?
Does not include climate change or sea level rise. So no, it doesn't.
Does the model estimate how the State Water Project and Central Valley Project would be operated to satisfy D1641 outflow and salinity standards in the future with sea level rise?
Sea level rise is not included, so no.
Does the MBK modeling estimate changes in runoff patterns in the future with climate change?
No, it doesn't.
Do you have an understanding that DWR and Reclamation are required by law to consider climate change in their analysis of California WaterFix?
Yes, and however, the way in which you do it is a subject of debate. I don't think that a climate change scenario should replace use of the historically based hydrologic sequence that's in CalSim. Right? And we've documented this in several of our reports. We certainly do believe that climate change needs to be looked at. It's real, it's happening. There's a lot of evidence for it, and it should be evaluated in all alternatives and for every project. However, not using the historically based hydrology, we believe, is an inappropriate approach. Climate change should be evaluated as a sensitivity analysis, and we've written a large number of comments regarding that, and I can explain why we believe that in quite a bit of detail if you would like.
No, thanks very much. We can read those for ourselves.
Mr. Berliner, how much more time do you anticipate needing?
Very little. 10 minutes.
Okay.
In your Exhibit 103, you indicated that, in your view, the incorporation of climate change by the agencies would ignore reasonably foreseeable adaptation measures. Do you recall that?
I do, but if you'd like to pull up the exact text, if you want to get specific, we can go through that.
Well, let me ask you some questions and we can see whether we need it. Just for Mr. Baker's convenience, in case we do, it will be Sacramento Valley Water Users Exhibit 103 at page 7. So for either Mr. Beret or Mr. Easton, I'm not sure which, you included a number of adaptations that you thought would occur. Do you recall that one of them was updating the operational rules regarding water releases from reservoirs for flood protection?
Yes, I do.
And do you also recall the second was that during severe droughts, emergency drought declarations could call for mandatory conservation and changes in some regulatory criteria, similarly to what's been experienced in previous droughts?
Yes, I do.
And third, if droughts become more frequent, the projects would likely revisit the rules by which they allocate water during shortages and operate more conservatively in wetter years.
Yes, I do.
Excuse me, since he's reading from Exhibit SVW 103, page 7, it might be helpful for everyone if we put it up on the screen. So I request that.
I think Mr. Baker is doing that right now.
That's fine. I'll continue while Mr.
Go ahead.
Baker's pulling that up. Regarding the first recommendation on flood control, at this point in time, isn't it uncertain as to what changes the Army Corps of Engineers would allow considering issues of dam safety?
It certainly is. However, this comment is, it includes the changes in hydrology and what effects that might have on flood control rules. But one of the things, when you look at the way climate change was imposed in CalSim, they took the changes in hydrology and applied that to reservoir inflows. So for example, the American River Basin, the climate change hydrology was imposed on the Folsom inflow rather than in the entire basin. And the flood control rules in Folsom are highly dependent upon how much water is in upstream reservoirs in Union Valley, French Meadows, and Hellhole. And the combined storage in those three reservoirs is 600,000 acre-feet, roughly. 600,000 acre-feet, while Folsom is 1 million acre-feet. So there's significant flood storage capacity in those reservoirs. And by imposing climate change on Folsom inflow without adjusting the flood control for that upstream storage, we have a mismatch in hydrology within that basin that is very significant.
I'm going to move to strike that answer as being non-responsive, starting after the word yes. I did not ask about how weather modeling was appropriately done. I asked, isn't it uncertain what changes the Army Corps of Engineers would allow considering issues of dam safety?
Mr. Lilly, did you want to add something?
You know, I think it's appropriate for Mr. Beret to provide the context of his answers. I mean, this is complicated material, and sometimes the simple yes or no answer doesn't really explain the whole situation. I think he's trying very hard to explain the entire picture here.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. I'll note your objection, Mr. Berliner, and ask Mr. Beret to provide you with a direct answer. However, the explanation he provided I found helpful.
At this point, wouldn't any assumed change in flood control, at this point in time, wouldn't any assumed change in the flood control rules be speculative?
Yes, they would.
Did the MBK modeling adopt a change to the operational rules regarding water releases for flood control?
We did not.
As to the second point, well, I appreciate your testimony was prepared prior to September. In light of the hearing officer's admonition about assuming TUCPs and any other regulatory measures that the Water Board or others might issue, are you still contending that DWR and Reclamation should know what operational changes the Water Board will allow in the future?
I can't speculate on what TUCPs will be in the future.
And isn't it true that a variety of approaches have been used during drought conditions by the agencies in order to respond to drought?
Yes.
And would an example be that during 1977, various barriers were constructed in the Delta, whereas in 2015, only one barrier was constructed?
Yes.
Weren't there also other regulatory approaches adopted in the 1977 drought that were not adopted in the most recent drought?
I have not compared what happened in 1977 compared to 2015. We had a completely different regulatory requirement on a lot of the system in 1977. So even your baseline operations and criteria are different. So by definition, they have to be different.
Regarding the third point that you raised, stating that DWR and Reclamation could operate more conservatively during future wet years, Didn't the MBK modeling adopt a higher risk tolerance than the modeling performed by the California WaterFix?
And I'm going to object that misstates the testimony. It does, point number 3 on this does not say they would operate more conservatively. It says they would likely revisit the rules. So he has misstated Mr. Barre's testimony.
Mr. Berliner? Can you rephrase?
Well, I asked at the beginning if this was an accurate rephrasing, but I think maybe we ought to, in fact, pull it up and look at it exactly.
Yeah, I think that, because it does say both revisit and, I see here, and operate more conservatively. So I think if he just tracks that language, the question will be more accurate.
Do we have that language? Could you point that out?
Yep, just so we can point it out exactly.
Where is that
Which
language,
point is
Mr.
it?
Berliner?
On page 7, in the bottom paragraph, about 2/3
There we go.
of the way through the paragraph.
Keep going down a little further. Whoop. So
Oh, there it
there's a
is.
number 3 bracketed in that paragraph. If droughts become more frequent, the CVP and SWP would likely revisit the rules by which they allocate water during shortages and operate more conservatively in wetter years.
And your question again, Mr. Berliner?
Yep. And so my question was, didn't MBK's modeling adopt a higher risk tolerance than the modeling performed for the California WaterFix?
But we're really comparing apples and oranges because the California WaterFix modeling had climate change, ours did not. And the increased risk was associated with the California WaterFix and the ability to move more stored water during high storage conditions. And, you know, it depends on how you define risk and risk to whom. It may be risk to upstream storage and a lower risk for south of Delta water contractors. So I think you have to be more specific on what you mean as risk and whether you're distinguishing the possible changes in operating criteria due to climate change versus change in operating criteria or effects of the California WaterFix.
Just to be clear on the climate change, you did not include climate change in either the no action alternative or the alternative 4A H3+, correct?
Correct.
And why did you remove them out of both the no action alternative and H3+?
Well, keep in mind that to determine the effects of a proposed action, you want to have consistency in your hydrology between the two model runs that you're comparing. And if we introduce climate change, we would not have been able to determine what the effects of the North Delta diversion would be, or the tunnels, if we introduced a difference in hydrology between those two model runs. So they had to be consistent.
Thank you. Mr. Bray, could you refresh my recollection? We were talking about DSM-2 yesterday, and I asked you some questions about your familiarity. Do you have enough familiarity to respond to questions regarding CalSim and compliance with water quality control standards by applying DSM-2, or is that beyond your experience?
I have worked closely with DSM-2 modelers, and we've iterated between CalSim and DSM-2. I've evaluated CalSim and DSM-2, and I have evaluated results of DSM-2 and the effects that it might have on a CalSim simulation. I'm not a DSM-2 expert. I have never run the model, but I've worked very closely with those who do.
Let me ask you a question, and if this is beyond, then we'll just move on. If a water quality control salinity standard is based on a 14-day average, would you necessarily expect that CalSim and DSM-2 would report the same level of compliance?
Being that DSM-2 has a 15-minute time step and CalSim has a monthly time step, I would expect that there's times that on a daily basis, water quality could exceed a standard, where CalSim on an average monthly basis may not. So they could be different.
Okay. In terms of looking at water quality control plan compliance, is it more appropriate to look at CalSim results for determining compliance or DSM-2 results?
It depends on which standard you're referring to. CalSim does have representation of water quality through an artificial neural network, which is trained.
Neural network.
CalSim has an artificial neural network, an ANN, which is trained on DSM-2 and is used to represent the flow necessary to meet water quality standards in the Delta. And there's a lot of checks between CalSim and DSM-2. DWR has done some quite excellent work on comparing those. Not sure if I answered your question or not.
Okay, so let's put it in the context of salinity. So for example, in a wet year, would you expect that CalSim would show compliance with water quality salinity standards based on a 14-day average, such as Edmonton, but DSM-2 could show exceedances in the same standard?
I'm going to object. That's an incomplete hypothetical. There are clearly a lot of other factors that are necessary to answer that question.
Mr. Ray, are you able to answer the question?
It's ambiguous. If CalSim is showing water quality at Edmonton within compliance, the ANN is not as accurate as DSM-2. However, DSM-2 sometimes shows exceedances of standards that when you look at the calibration of the model, it may show an exceedance where in reality it's not. I mean, it's a very complex model, but it is possible that CalSim may see compliance for an average month where DSM-2 may not.
Do you have much further to go, Mr. Berliner?
No,
Okay.
not much.
Not much, meaning?
I have 5 questions.
All right, let's put another 10 minutes on there, assuming 2 minutes per question.
I'll try to beat that by a lot. This is regarding October cross-channel gate operations. Does the MBK modeling of the no-action alternative and the California WaterFix modeling of the no-action alternative contain the same modeling assumptions regarding the October cross-channel gate operations?
The MBK modeling operation of the cross-channel gate in October does differ from the petitioner's modeling of the cross-channel gate.
And in what way does it differ?
I'd like to answer that question, I'd like to refer to SVWU Exhibit 102 on page 17. There's a description of our logic and the rationale why we changed the cross-channel gate logic.
Hold on, Mr. Bray. Can we get 102, page
17.
17 up? All right, please continue.
Yeah, it's on the that paragraph right below where it says cross-channel gate operation assumptions overestimated in overestimates October outflow. And this is one of the issues we saw with the California WaterFix modeling. And, you know, there's some details associated with this operation. In October, the assumptions of the California WaterFix place increased export restrictions through old and middle river flow requirements in the South Delta, yet they have an increased flow requirement at Rio Vista. And so what happens is that you have a flow requirement in Rio Vista that causes more water to come down the Sacramento River, and under current operations, that water could be exported through the South Delta. When you put the old and middle river flow requirement on the South Delta, you end up with more Delta surplus that can't be exported. And you see this in both the petitioner's modeling and the MBK modeling. If you notice a change in October outflow, Delta outflow, it increases in October. So what we did, based on historical operations, and we cite in this paragraph that in October and November of 2013, the Bureau of Reclamation closed the Delta Cross Channel Gate to meet compliance along the Sacramento River. And we're assuming that they would close that cross channel gate to meet the Rio Vista flow requirement rather than have that water flow out the Delta as surplus flow that can't be captured. So the change we made was to protect storage and not have surplus Delta outflow. And that's why we put in the operation of the cross-channel gate. We believe it's a more reasonable representation of how the project would operate.
Both the MBK and DWR models show an increase in outflow in October.
Yes, they do.
Bear with me, that may have been my last question. Oh, I have one other question. Yesterday you mentioned that the modeling approach that you're using or proposing here has been used in prior applications by, I believe, the Bureau of Reclamation. Is that correct?
I hate to ask, but I'd like to be more specific. When you say the modeling changes that we made have been applied, there's some of the modeling changes that we made that we have used in performing work for the Bureau of Reclamation, not all of them.
And could you identify which projects those are that you work for the Bureau of Reclamation?
The project in particular that our changes for the San Luis operation has the most influence is the San Luis Low Point Improvement Project. And in that project, it's really important to have the best depiction of San Luis operation that we can. And so we used those improvements for that analysis.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Does that conclude cross-examination of this panel by the Department of Water Resources?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Offenberg for the U.S. Department of the Interior.
Good morning, Mr. Bore and Mr. Easton. My name is Amy Offenberg. I'm with the United States Department of the Interior's Regional Solicitor's Office here in Sacramento.
Please slow down and get closer to the microphone.
Thank you. I'm with the United States Department of the Interior Regional Solicitor's Office here in Sacramento. And with me today is Kristen White. She's a modeler with the Bureau of Reclamation. So I believe you testified that the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project are integrated projects. Is that correct?
They operate it in an integrated fashion, yes.
And they serve multiple beneficial uses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do they serve these multiple beneficial uses on an interannual basis? Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, interannual?
Interannual. Interannual or over a multiple span of years, correct? So for example, are delta outflow obligations under the Water Quality Control Plan or D1641, are those beneficial uses of project operations?
I'm going to object. That calls for a legal conclusion. I don't think that's really an engineering question.
Mr. Beret, do you have an understanding of beneficial uses?
I have an understanding, but I don't think it's as complete as a legal opinion. I can answer the question in terms of are we complying with the State Water Board standards? And I believe that the Bureau of Reclamation operates to meet those standards.
Thank you.
Are delta outflow obligations a use of project operation yield? Let me ask that a different way. Are delta outflow obligations a use of the project?
The projects operate to meet the standards, and they have a range of operations that they can do, employ to meet those requirements.
Is water quality a use of the projects?
It is.
Are consumptive use demands and flows uses of the projects?
Yes, they are.
And you've testified, and your opinion apparently is that your modeled operations are more realistic than petitioners' modeled operations, correct?
I believe that they are.
And that's because you believe that your operating philosophy is more reflective of realistic operation philosophies with the project. Is that correct?
And I'm going to object. That misstates testimony. It's not operating philosophy, it's modeling assumptions is what he testified to yesterday.
Would you stipulate to that change in your question?
Yes.
I believe our modeling assumptions result in the model mimicking his actual operations better than the petitioner's modeling.
And we've covered this, Ms. Offenberg.
Yes, I understand. Does the Bureau of Reclamation currently consider risk of drier hydrology in subsequent years when deciding whether to move stored water in summer or fall exclusively for exports?
I don't believe it's exclusively for exports, but they do consider carryover storage.
Is one reason CVP operators might decide to retain water in storage, particularly in summer and fall, be to reduce the risk of not meeting multiple obligations in subsequent years?
Yes.
Does the operational philosophy or the modeling assumptions reflected in your model selectively prioritize a current year's exports over subsequent years beneficial use needs of storage or ability to meet obligations in subsequent years?
No, it does not.
Can you explain how it does not?
This might be a long explanation, but when you look at the balancing of reservoirs and the use of water, you don't bring your reservoirs down so low that you risk a subsequent 1 year of drought. You have to have enough carryover in those reservoirs to protect against dry years. However, you can't leave them so full that you just spill that water out and don't beneficially use it in the current year. There's a balance between use of water in a current year and where your storage ends up relative to a subsequent year. I also want to point out that in our modeling, we're carrying over far more water in both the no action and the WaterFix alternative than the petitioner's model. They bring their storage down to dead pool, and they have much lower storages. So both of our model runs are much more conservative in protecting against a dry year than the petitioner's modeling, and both alternatives.
So it's in the wetter years that you're saying that there is surplus storage that should be exported, is that correct?
So let me restate your question and to make sure that I got it right. In our modeling, if we had high storage in Shasta, Folsom, Oroville, and in the no action alternative, the capacity is such that you couldn't move that water, and then the tunnels provide additional capacity to convey that stored water. If we had excess stored water in upstream reservoirs in those wetter years, we conveyed that water to south of Delta and delivered it. We have a lot of constraints on how much water we release. For example, in our MBK alternative where we modeled the spring outflow criteria as an outflow criteria rather than an export constraint, we actually consider storage in Shasta, and we don't release that water in the spring unless Shasta is high enough, so the storage levels have to be above the top temperature shutters in order for us to release that water. So we're looking at protecting the upstream storage to a pretty high degree. And the only time we move additional water in our alternative relative to the no action is if we have water above RPA levels and we're meeting all requirements upstream, and we do consider carryover for subsequent drought years.
Could the Bureau of Reclamation now operate federal facilities in a manner that maximizes exports at the expense of carryover for future years?
I don't believe that the Bureau of Reclamation operates to maximize exports and sacrifices storage in order to do that. It's my understanding in operations, they look at water supply in upstream reservoirs and determine based on the condition of that reservoir how much water is reasonable to release for exports. I think the Bureau of Reclamation operators do a very good job at protecting upstream storage and not over-releasing for south of Delta. We tried to mimic that in our modeling. And again, when we look at the petitioner's modeling, they're more aggressive about making those releases and bringing storage down. And you can tell, and I could bring up some storage plots if you would like to compare the modeling, where their drier year storage levels are far below any alternative that we've run.
So one difference, though, is that you're exporting more, I believe you used the term excess storage.
Yes, and this is a term I think John Lehigh characterizes very well in his testimony. It's storage in the reservoirs above what's needed to meet upstream requirements, and those upstream requirements will be contract obligations. in excess of what's required to meet contract obligations upstream, in-stream flow requirements, storage levels, and biological opinions. If there's water in excess of those requirements, then we're releasing that water and exporting it.
And why do you do that?
I mean, it's a water supply project, and we're trying to increase water supply, but not increase, but not endanger the ability to meet those requirements upstream. There's a balance between delivering that water and leaving it in storage. If you just leave it in storage, it's going to spill out, and those spills, the way we model it, aren't considered a beneficial use.
If you're only exporting water that would otherwise spill, how do you show a deficit in the following year created by those exports?
This is a really kind of water operations 101 kind of concept. If you release water in a wetter year and you end up in that wetter year at a little bit lower storage, if you fill the next year, you've created yield. You delivered that water and you've recovered. If you go into a drought, you could be a little bit lower going into that drought. And at that time, and we've gone through our 2-year example yesterday when we explained that moving water in those wetter years, and you still have very high storage a lot of times, but you're moving more water, that you go into a dry year with that lower storage, you could have an impact.
So you are overestimating excess storage because it's rippling through a deficit to your end of September carryover storage. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but we're not overestimating excess storage. Even without the California WaterFix, in the no action alternative, there's a balance between storage and conveyance. And when you look at the dry and critical years in a calcium simulation, there's often times that we're not at full capacity in those export pumps. There's a balance between how much you're going to leave in storage and how much you're going to export. If you're in wetter years, you can't maintain a balance as easily because you're export constrained. When you add the tunnels, you have another degree of freedom to balance that storage with water deliveries. And so when you remove that constraint, this is more prevalent on the CVP side than the SWP side, because Oroville, on the state side, Oroville has a lot more capacity to move water through bigger pumps to balance north of Delta, south of Delta. But on the CVP side, you're more constrained on, with export capacity, yet you have much more storage upstream. So when you remove that export constraint, having the tunnels, the balance between north of Delta reservoirs and south of Delta deliveries can change to increase water supply. Now, anytime that you increase water supply, there is a risk. There's a risk in a no-action alternative as well as the California WaterFix alternative. And what we tried to do with our modeling is to balance that delivery of water the way we think it would occur in actual operations. So if there was high water, high storage upstream in those wetter years, we conveyed that. And then in the middle of the road years, we actually deliver less water south of the Delta. So it's a matter of balancing the system, and the California WaterFix allows increased flexibility for the projects to balance the system. And that's one of the things that it does offer the system. You have more of a choice to balance. And the petitioner's modeling, they artificially constrain south of Delta allocations, and we spent a lot of time talking about the export estimate and use of joint point of diversion, where they don't allow that balance to occur and don't use the flexibility that the project offers.
So is it your belief that reclamation would change its operational philosophy because the facilities might physically allow for it?
I don't think that the reclamation would change its operational philosophy. I think that they would still operate to protect the upstream storage as they do now. It just offers flexibility to convey more stored water when it's available.
Thank you very much. That ends my cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Offenberg. Ms. Morris, yesterday, I believe Mr. Mizell convey a message that you expect to take an hour and a half. Okay. Let me ask the witnesses, would you like to take a short break now?
Actually, that's not correct. I mean, it was at the time, but I went through and I have actually, my estimation is 5 minutes. If they're short answers, they're very specific questions. I think we've covered the detail very well yesterday, so I think I could finish
You just
in 5
became
minutes.
one of my favorite people, Ms. Morris. You know, between the not wearing a business suit today and that, oh, you're on the top of my list. And that's right, you'll never have to do the general announcement, I'll promise you that.
Yay.
In that case, why don't we go ahead and proceed?
Good morning, Mr. Ray and Mr. Easton. I think most of my questions are for Mr. Ray. And
Ms.
there's
Morris,
only-
let's go ahead and identify yourself for the
Thank you.
record. please.
Stephanie Morris for the State Water Contractors, and I'll try to speak slowly. So to be very clear, so that we don't have any confusion, my questions are not about why you changed the model. They are specifically about what changes you made to the allocation logic. I heard all of your testimony on that in detail yesterday, so I understand your rationale for why you changed it, and I really just have a couple quick questions. So yesterday, I think it was Mr. Easton was talking about a trial and error process used for the export estimate for your allocation logic, correct?
That's correct.
Once you get the allocations from that approach, did you manually change allocations for some years in the 82-year period, for some years in the 82-year period for your no action alternative?
I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that.
Sure, I'm happy to. One more time. I think it might be 10 minutes now.
Okay.
Once you get the allocations from the export estimate, which you identified as the trial and error process yesterday, for allocations for some years in the 82-year period, did you make manual changes?
So, first of all, the export estimate wasn't a trial and error process. That's actually an iterative process. kind
Okay,
of like
let's
the
stop
WSI.
there. I'll go back then. If I need to be clear, I will be, because I think your testimony, Mr. Beray's testimony, page 39, this is exhibit SVWU 107. And I'm going to look at page 39. Actually, it's probably easier if we just look at page 42. When you talk about adjustments to the allocation logic, as I understand it,
Oh, hold on, Ms. Morris. Let Mr. Baker pull that up. Page 42. Where specifically on page 42, Ms. Morris?
on page 42, towards the bottom, under Roman numeral 5, adjustments to allocation logic.
All right, we're there.
Okay, so you did 3 things. You ran the model, you used the WSIDI, correct?
We ran the model, and we assumed a WSIDI for that. There was also an initial export estimate for that, which initially that can be far off. And we have an iterative process for the export estimate.
Okay, my question was, did you run the WSIDI? Okay, then you did your iterative process. Is that what you would call, you actually referred to it as trial and error yesterday. Is that what you meant by iterative process?
No, we're talking about 2 different things. So the export estimate.
No, I don't want to do this. I want to be
Hold on.
wait, he's
Hold
got-
on. Ms. Morris, what is your question?
I don't have a question pending, so let me step back
Okay.
and ask the question. When you applied your allocation logic, did you manually change allocations for some years in the 82-year period that you ran for your no action alternative? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also make manual changes for allocations for the modeling run MBK 4A?
Yes.
And did you also do that for the I should be clear, did you also make manual changes in the allocations for the model run MBK DO?
Yes.
For those changes that you made in the allocation, that you made changes specifically to the CVP allocations and in the no action alternative, the 4A run and the DO run, correct?
Forgive me, my brain works slowly. Can you
Let me
repeat
go
that
again. That was a bad question. Fair.
Yeah.
You made changes to the CVP allocation manually in all 3 runs.
Yes.
Okay. For the SWP, you made changes to the allocation only in the MBK DO run, correct?
I would like to explain why that is, but yes.
We've done that yesterday. I don't care today.
But,
So-
you know, isn't it fair to let him explain?
Hold on. Let her finish her line of questioning first.
Okay. And then the manual changes that you made, I'm assuming it was you, not Mr. Bure. And actually, who did make the manual changes? Which one of you?
I made the manual changes, but Mr. Bray, we all review the studies together to make a determination as to whether of their reasonableness.
Okay, so let me ask Mr. Bure then. When the manual changes that were made by you and Mr. Easton, those changes were based on your own professional judgment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Group number 4.
Daniel O'Hanlon for the San Luis and Delta Motor Water Authority. I'll have no questions this morning.
Thank you. Number 5, Mr. Williams.
Philip Williams for Westlands Water District. No questions. Thank you.
Number 6, Coalition for Sustainable Delta is not here. Number 8 is not here. Number 9, North Delta, Mr. O'Brien.
North Delta has no questions. Thank you.
Confirm again, Mr. Lodgem, number 10.
No questions.
Number 11 has yet to show to this hearing and is still a no-show. Number 12, Calusa is not here. Number 13,
Morning, Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District has no questions.
and are you Ms. Tabor?
And no questions for Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. Yes, Kelly Tabor.
Number 14, County of Yolo is not here. Number 15, I believe, said they did not have any questions. Okay. Number 16, South Valley Water Association et al. Is not here. Or Friant is not here. 17 is not here. 18,
Tim Washewski for the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. We'll have no questions. Tim Washewski. Thanks.
19, 20. I don't see Ms. Meserve or Mr. Okay, 20. Nope, Ms. Meserve is still not here. 21. I see Mr. Herrick and Mr. Ruiz.
Thank you, board members. John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. I'll just have a couple of questions for the panel. I think I'll just follow up with Mr. Easton. I believe you wanted to explain something in response to the previous questions you just heard. Would you like to explain that?
Well, actually, I'm going to leave it where it's at because I think we're good. I think we've said enough about this. Yeah.
Enough.
Mr. Easton is on my good list. Mr. Herrick is not.
Mr. Beret, in your testimony, one of the things you mentioned is that the biological assessment model includes artificial limits on joint point of diversion. Do you recall that? Artificial limits on the joint point of diversion. Sorry.
Yes, I recall that.
And do you know whether or not the modeling for the joint point includes any sort of restrictions on those operations based upon any water quality measurements in the South Delta?
The model is designed to meet the standards, and I'm very much aware that some of the standards in the South Delta are difficult to meet, and the model doesn't consider those standards when it looks at joint point.
So the model doesn't assume some new operation in order to meet a standard to allow joint point, correct?
That's correct. And I want to be clear that when we talk about joint point, if I just want to make sure we're on the same page, I gave an example yesterday of what the artificial limit is. And I'd like to repeat that example just to make sure that we're not talking past each other.
Please do.
For a hypothetical, if the state is using Banks pumping plant and diverts 6680 CFS out of the South Delta and nothing out of the North Delta diversion, so it's not using the tunnels, and under this hypothetical, the CVP is exporting 4600 CFS out of Jones pumping plant. And under this hypothetical, if the CVP has a lot of storage in Shasta and Folsom and it's likely to spill, under this condition, the CVP could not use the North Delta diversion and convey that water through Banks the way that the petitioner's model is set up. We believe that's an unrealistic operation and that the CVP should have the access to that North Delta diversion, and we're assuming in our modeling that the state would allow that use of joint point of diversion to convey that water. That's, I think, the primary difference between their assumptions and our assumptions. There's nothing in the project description that would prevent the use of joint point under that condition.
So even though the state pumping may not be able to do joint point under normal operations in the model, with the California WaterFix, joint point could occur with the North Delta diversion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And I asked you a few questions about whether or not the model addresses water quality as part of the conditions to achieving joint point. Does it address water levels as a limiting criteria for using joint point?
CalSim does not.
Now, your testimony goes, and I'm trying to cover stuff that was done in detail. Your testimony talks about how the model runs done by the WaterFix petitioners result in some reservoirs going down to dead pool, but that you've provided modeling that shows not doing that. In other words, a more practical operation. Would that be a correct statement?
I believe our modeling is more practical.
So does that mean that with your modeling, there's a better likelihood of meeting water quality standards with that additional storage in subsequent years than the WaterFix does?
Yes, it does. But I just I want to make sure that everybody's aware that they have climate change in theirs without the adaptation measures. And that's one of the reasons their reservoirs are going to dead pool, where we don't have climate change and we have refined our operations and the balance of the reservoirs to prevent dead pool from occurring. And therefore, it would be easier for the models to meet water quality compliance.
The model runs that you've done.
I think both their modeling and our modeling meets compliance of water quality standards in the Delta in the same way.
Earlier this morning, you answered a question regarding DSM-2, and you said that sometimes it may show an exceedance where in fact there isn't one. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is the opposite also true? Does DSM-2 sometimes show compliance when in fact the standard may be exceeded?
I really am not sure.
But would you, well, never mind. You said you weren't overly familiar with DSM-2, except you've worked with people who've modeled on it, right? Okay.
Right.
You also answered questions about old and middle river flows. Is it your understanding that the WaterFix proposes times when there will be a head of old river barrier installed? There will be times when a head of old river barrier will be installed and operated, but they also seek to have positive old and middle river flows. Is that correct?
It is my understanding bear with me because there's so many details in all of their different examples, but in some of their, I know that they do have further closure of the head of Old River barrier gates in the Boundary 2 analysis. I can't recall the others. I'm sorry, this is slipping my...
Yeah, I understand your question that if there is an additional barrier, it's basically impossible to comply with Old and Middle River flow requirements because there's no flow going into Old and Middle River. So I don't recall what those assumptions are in all of the modeling. I'd have to go back and look into it.
That's right. I just want to make sure it's clear of the record. Would you agree that if there's a barrier at the head of Old River that blocks off flow into Old River, then that affects whether or not and what Old and Middle River flows are?
Absolutely.
And if you block off the water, you can't have downstream flow, net downstream flow.
That's correct.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm blind. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. 22, City of Stockton. Thank you, Ms. Tabor. 23. Not here. 24. Not here. 25. Not here. 26. Not here. 27. Not here. 28. Not here. 29. Not here. 30. Mr. Brodsky is not here. 31. Mr. Jackson. And I forgot to ask Mr. Herrick, but Mr. Jackson, how much time do you anticipate needing, and what topic areas will you be covering?
I would expect that it will be between 20 and 30 minutes, but that depends on the colloquy between the two of us. Actually, I want to put up Exhibit SV, the Sacramento Valley Water Users 110, and I will be asking questions in regard to Slide 4, Slide 13, Slide 21, slide 28, and slide 40.
40? Okay. Let me check with the court reporter and the witness. Shall we go ahead and take a break after Mr. Jackson's done in about half an hour or so? All right, we're good? Please proceed, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Baker, could you put up Exhibit 110? May I move so that I can follow the slides a little better here? Mr. Bure, in terms of this slide,
Is your mic on, Mr. Jackson?
in terms of this slide, is it fair to say that these are the differences between the WaterFix alternatives minus what is presently done in terms of no impact or in terms of no project?
This is each one of these bars represents the difference between the average annual outflow of each of those alternative compared to the average annual outflow of the no action alternative.
All right. So it's fair to say that alternative H4A or H3 plus is going to result, at least from your review of the modeling, is going to result in less delta outflow than is present on an annual basis.
The alternative 4A would have less delta outflow than the no action alternative.
For the purposes of these questions, I want you to assume that my clients own a piece of land in the town of Collinsville, which is below the point of diversion for the California WaterFix. Are you familiar with the Collinsville location?
Yes, I am.
And would you describe that in general?
Essentially, in the Western Delta, it's where the confluence of the San Joaquin and the Sacramento rivers come together, and I could point it out on a map if you would like.
No, I think that'll do it. But it is clearly below the diversion point for the California WaterFix.
That's correct.
This measurement of the change in delta outflow takes place at what location?
The net delta outflow is actually calculated, so this would be delta outflow. You could call it Collinsville if you would. It's delta outflow, calculated delta outflow.
So right there.
Yes.
Okay. Now I understand that there is in these boundaries. The boundary is the boundary 1. I believe is indicated by your review is 1.2 million acre foot less outflow than what is presently happening in the no project.
It is, and you say what's presently happening. I just want to be clear that these are differences between two model runs, one with project, one without, and this is the difference between those two model runs. Yes.
And so if there is less outflow in the model run, can you determine from the model run what effect that will have on our piece of property?
When you say what effect, I mean, you have to define what that effect is.
Will the water quality be different?
It may be different. It just depends on so many factors. if a lot of times that water's coming out, as we pointed out, you might have 60,000 CFS outflow and in a month, and with the WaterFix, that might be 58,000. And in those conditions of those high flows, I wouldn't expect that there would be a change in salinity at those times. And if we're conveying stored water, the projects have to meet water quality requirements under 1641. So when they're conveying stored water, they're ensuring that they have that water quality. Now, if those standards are not controlling, it is possible that the salts come in farther, but the standards are designed to protect those beneficial uses of water in the delta. But it is possible that with that outflow, depending on the timing, there could be a change in water quality.
So the water quality could be changed at various times of the year that are critical or might be critical to the operation of agriculture on the property.
Yeah, I have not analyzed that in detail. We have looked at North Delta compliance points, and we do see some issues there. But I have not looked at Collinsville output, so I really can't speculate on what the water quality changes would be there.
All right. Since you haven't looked at it, this question will be in general. Is the iteration that you're using of CalSim 2 capable of predicting what will happen on that property at Collinsville with the operation of the California WaterFix?
That's a tough question to answer. CalSim is it's more of an operations type model on a monthly time step. And some of the operations you're talking about are a lot more detail, and that's why folks use DSM2 to get more detail on what those changes would be at various locations within the delta. CalSim could be used to tell you what the changes in outflow would be on a monthly basis. It can feed into DSM2 where they can do more detailed analysis on water quality and probably answer some of your questions. But CalSim itself cannot really determine the changes in water quality at Collinsville. We can tell you what the average change in flow is, and that can be used to determine that.
But it depends for finer work on another model.
Yes, that would be DSM2.
Could we put up slide 21? There's been some discussion which is reflected on your slide 21 about something called a big gulp. What are you describing in terms of a big gulp?
First, I want to be clear that you don't pick this up at 7-Eleven. So the big gulp, the way we describe it, is at times when we have very high delta surplus. And in this example, in the no action alternative in January, we have roughly a delta outflow of about 65,000 CFS on average. And at times during the month, it could exceed 100 or 150,000 would not be unusual for those higher flows. During those higher flows, the big gulp really is taking as much as that surplus as we can out of the system while still leaving significant surplus. You see the delta outflow went from about 65,000 CFS in January down to roughly 59,000 CFS. And really, when you're out, I don't know how if we can really measure that in delta outflow, because I don't think gauges are even accurate enough within 10%, maybe pick up a difference in that delta outflow. Well, that's a very significant increase in water supply for the state. And I think, from my personal view, that's a reasonable use of the tunnels to capture that big gulp. Is we're not affecting water quality even at Collinsville. So again, that big gulp is a capture of as much flow as we can when we have high surpluses in the system.
All right, so when you talk about delta outflow, are you talking about water to the sea, or are you talking about inflow to San Francisco Bay?
Inflow to San Francisco Bay.
And how does your modeling treat the need for fresh water in San Francisco Bay?
CalSim does not model the San Francisco Bay, so it doesn't consider it.
So there's no way to tell whether the big gulp would harm beneficial uses in San Francisco Bay using the CalSim model.
I don't believe there is. I've never looked at it. I'm not a Bay expert.
You talked about a modeling forum that you're a member of, and I believe either you or Mr. Easton talked about it as a sort of a tight-knit group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any Bay specialists looking at these problems within that group?
I know there's Bay specialists within that group. I don't know if they've the degree to which they have analyzed this.
Could we go to slide 13? Now, calling your attention to the modeling, it looks like in the winter months of November, December, January, February, there are changes in delta outflow from the California WaterFix compared to no action that result in as much as 2,000 CFS difference in less outflow by the operation of the California WaterFix?
Let's just be clear. This is these numbers are calculated by taking the average monthly outflow from the alternatives compared to the monthly average outflow of the no action alternative. And on average, during that period, there seems to be, or it calculated less delta outflow. I don't see where it's 2,000 CFS less. And when you're talking about some of these effects, that could be times when the delta outflow could have been an average of 50,000 CFS and it dropped to 40,000 CFS in a month, and that could just be an average of all the wet years, where the drier and critical years may not be affected. But there's a whole lot of information in these plots. You got to be careful what conclusions you draw. And I would say that on average, the outflow is generally less during the wintertime.
Thank you. Could you put up slide 33? You've talked in other testimony that I will not go back over about number 1, 2, and 3. I'm interested in key finding number 4. CalSim 2 does not address effects to water rights. What do you mean by that?
I'm going to have to refer to another one of our exhibits in our 2-year example. Let me pull up it's slide number 25, if you could pull that one up in this exhibit. And this is a slide where we use to discuss this very issue. CalSim's not designed to curtail water rights. And in particular, I'm going to start with term 91. CalSim does not have a calculation internal that calculates supplemental water and then impose term 91 curtailments. That has to be done by post-processing. Supplemental water calculations. CalSim does not have a calculation of supplemental water under term 91. It has to be calculated based on the CalSim output. So CalSim 1 doesn't address effects to those water right holders, nor does it impose curtailments on other more senior water right holders. And CalSim also isn't designed to impose deficiencies other than what are based on the contract criteria for the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors, Feather River Service Area Contractors, the CVP, San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors, or Refuge. Those are the models designed to meet those requirements and won't cut them beyond the input criteria.
So does CalSim does have it? You've used the term, or I've heard the term hardwired.
Yes, I've used that.
Does it have an allocation hierarchy?
Yes, it does.
And would you tell me what that is?
Yes, this can get to be a very long conversation, but there's different ones. So there's an allocation hierarchy for the State Water Project, and what the model does, it'll allocate for the state contractors Table A allocations based on water supply availability, and for the Feather River Service Area contractors, their allocations are based on unimpaired inflow to Oroville, which is input to the model. So the difference between those two is the Table A allocations are dynamic in the model and calculated by the model and can be influenced by model inputs, where the allocations to the Feather River Service Area contractors are input to the model and the model doesn't change them. And the same is true for the CVP contractors, so the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors, CVP, San Joaquin River Exchange Contractors, and the refuges. Those allocations are input to CalSim based on Shasta inflow, and the model does not change those dynamically.
Does the model have any hierarchy in terms of the water rights system?
It does not. It meets those deliveries all the time. And one of the things that we see with CalSim, if there were to be a curtailment during drought, that those water rights are not reduced. So this is one of the issues we have with climate change hydrology and drought conditions, is that those water rights are curtailed and the projects have to meet the requirements rather than those curtailments. And I want to further say that this is a significant fundamental change to any model. To determine the effects of imposing Term 91 curtailments on the system is a daunting task.
Now, for those of us who are not, who have water rights that are not related to the projects, does CalSim do, how do they calculate our water? Let me step back. Let's assume for the purpose of this discussion that that the property that I'm talking about at Collinsville is on both sides of the levee and is a riparian right. How does CalSim 2 model riparians?
Okay, so what CalSim does is it actually starts with land use. And so whatever crop would be assumed in CalSim, and they've used a lot of aerial surveys to come up with crops, and then they run a model to determine what the irrigation requirements are and the consumptive use requirements are. And that is input to CalSim as a diversion requirement. And then the model will meet those. And if it's riparian, the model assumes that it is going to always be met.
How does the model check to see whether or not it's being met?
That's a good question. The model is going to meet all of those consumptive use needs. It comes out of the model. And what would happen is the reservoirs will release water to meet delta outflow. And since your diversions in the delta would be taken out of the system, the projects would have to release more water in order to meet that delta outflow obligation. So by definition, their design of the model, it has to meet all of those riparian diversions.
Can the model predict whether or not it does?
It does in the model. Always. If it's meeting outflow obligations, it's meeting all the diversions.
What does, first of all, has CalSim ever been validated?
Can you define what you mean by validated?
Sure. Is there a process by which the CalSim modeling is refined based upon actual conditions in the past?
Before Mr. Beret answer that, Mr. Jackson, we've gone through some of this when petitioners were up here.
I
Where
agree.
are you going with this?
Well, where I'm going with this is I'm trying to determine how my client can determine the effect of the WaterFix on the conditions that we have had prior to the WaterFix.
I understand that.
And so I'm trying to determine whether or not CalSim can help me with that process.
Mr. Beret, do you know if CalSim can help with that process?
I think CalSim is helping with that process. And what we're finding from both the petitioner's modeling and our modeling is that all the modeling is complying with the standards in the Delta, and all the modeling is meeting all the consumptive needs in the Delta. And I believe that the model has had significant enough review with all the peers that we work with on it to ensure that that's the case. And when we check our model results, we are in fact meeting those consumptive demands. I think the real issue for you is, when we're meeting, when water quality is not controlling the operation of the project, do the salts come in a little bit more, and is that an effect on you? And that's not my area of expertise to know what that change in salinity, what that effect would have on you.
When you say it's not your area of expertise, do you mean it's not yours, or it's not CalSIM's area of expertise?
I think you have to run DSM-2, which I know DWR has done, and that can help answer this question.
Now, actually, I think I can end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Before we take our break, let me do a rundown so that we can have a time check. 32, not here. 33, not here. 34, not here. 35, no show. Ms. Desjardins, you're 37, I believe. Please come up to the microphone. You said yesterday you do have cross-examination. How much time do you anticipate needing?
About an hour.
Okay. 38, not here. 39, not here. 40, 41, 42, 43. So let's plan on resuming after our break with Ms. Desjardins. After her cross-examination, we'll take our lunch break. Do you anticipate any redirect, Mr. Lilly?
Right now, my list is probably about 5 minutes.
Of redirect?
Of redirect, yes.
Okay. So we will, in all likelihood, I'm looking to Group 7, get to your Panel 2 later this afternoon. And I believe your witness, Mr. Van Camp, is available? All right. With that, we'll take a break, and we will resume at 10:55. All right. Everyone could please take your seats. It is 10:55, and we are now resuming with cross-examination by Ms. Desjardins. Your topic areas that you will be exploring, Ms. Desjardins. I'm going to ask you to get very close to the microphone.
That's the problem. I wanted to go into, I have a follow-up question on joint point of diversion, one on the Delta Cross Channel, and Mr. Mazel asked questions about whether what Mr. Boré did comported with agency practices. I also have questions about whether what he did comported with standard engineering practices.
All right. As long as we don't go over grounds that have already been covered, you may proceed.
So, can we bring up, put Exhibit DDJ 93 on here? This is from comments, pre-hearing comments by Richard Denton. Mr. Denton looked into the total South Delta exports for the revised DEIR, DEIS modeling, which showed that it went to 15,000 CFS at times. Mr. Boré, did you ever look at the JPOD exports in the revised DEIR, DEIS modeling?
Okay, so what you're showing is this is from the revised circulated document, or is this?
Mr. Denton prepared this and submitted this in comments to the State Board before there were pre-hearing comments, and he was concerned that he plotted the South Delta exports versus Delta outflow, and he noted that at least in the...
Okay, hold on, Ms. Desjardins. You're not testifying here.
What this shows...
This shows?
Mr. Boré, if you look at this, what do you think it shows about
Ms.
the exports?
Desjardins, hold on a second.
Yeah.
What is the source of this information?
It's from Mr. Denton. I was going to ask if Mr. Boré had looked at the revised DER, DEIS
Okay, hold on.
modeling.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Was this submitted as an exhibit by you? Or is this something that you're introducing right now?
I'm introducing this right now.
Okay. And what is it showing? Not your conclusion, but what is the data? What does this data come from?
It's from the revised DEIR, DEIS, 4A H3.
Okay.
So this is for the CEQA-NEPA documents that were submitted with the WaterFix petition and associated modeling.
And assuming that this is indeed the data and it's accurately portrayed, what is your question to Mr. Boré?
My question to Mr. Boré is one, would you agree that this appears to show that there are exports above 11,280 CFS, which is the current limit? And did you ever look at the revised DEIR, DEIS at the exports?
So let's break it up first. Did you look at the revised DEIR, DEIS, in particular?
Delta exports.
Looking at Delta exports, South Delta exports, and Delta outflow.
Yes, we've looked at it.
Did you notice these same kind of exceedances of the current Army Corps of Limits or Engineer limits with that modeling? Army Corps of Engineer limits with that modeling?
Army Corps of Engineer limits.
Yeah.
I believe is what you said. Yes, we noticed that in the draft environmental document. We saw that the South Delta diversions were higher than permitted capacity. I also want to add to that in the modeling that the petitioners perform for the biological assessment, this has been revised and you no longer see that in the updated modeling. But we did comment on this in our SVWU 102 in our report. We noticed this as well.
Did the agency give any explanation for the conflict between the CEQA-NEPA analysis and the biological assessment and assumptions?
I have not discussed it with them, and I have not heard any explanation.
Have the agency indicated that they might seek any changes in the future to the Army Corps of Engineer limits? Has there been, or did you, I mean, when you looked at the biological assessment modeling, did you have any information beyond what the current Army Corps of Engineer limits are as far as any future plans?
So you had two questions. The first one, I believe, was, has the agencies asked for revision of the Army Corps of Engineers permit? Not to my knowledge. And then you also asked a question, and please correct me if I misstate this, is have I heard any reason why the modeling and the biological assessment differs from the draft EIR, EIS?
I'd already asked that. Well, I just wanted to say, so in your engineering analysis, the only information that you had available for the biological assessment, the current Army Corps of Engineer limit of 66.
In the...
Yeah, 6680 CFS, sorry, I trailed off.
In the biological assessment modeling, we did review that, and I believe that the Army Corps of Engineers permit for South Delta diversions were adhered to in the petitioner's modeling. In other words, they did not export more than 6680 CFS at banks in the updated modeling.
Is it your understanding that the Army Corps permit governs the diversions from the Delta into Clifton Court Forebay?
It's my understanding that the Army Corps of Engineers permit does govern the diversions from the South Delta into Clifton Court Forebay.
Are you aware that they're talking about building an isolated section of Clifton Court for the North Delta diversions to go into?
I did watch some of the testimony on that, and I'm not real familiar with the design, but I understand that they are looking at separating the South Delta diversion from the tunnels.
If it was completely separated, would the limits, if it was completely separated, would the limits on diversions into Clifton Court apply?
I believe, and I can't say what the Army Corps of Engineers would do regarding permits for South Delta diversions. I'm assuming that the diversions from the South Delta into Clifton Court, that the Army Corps of Engineer permits would still apply, but they would not be applied to the diversions from the North Delta diversion that enter into Clifton Court. That would be my understanding.
Thank you. That concludes my line of questioning on the joint point of diversion. I'd like to go to Exhibit SWRCB, SVWU 102. And I'd like to go to page 17. Scroll down to the bottom and like the section on the Delta Cross Channel. Stop, that's good. So the question here, this was fairly clear on the reasons for your changing the Delta Cross Channel gate operations in October. You state, as long as the Delta salinity standards are met, operators have indicated they would indeed close the Delta Cross Channel gates in this manner. In the BDCP model, the Delta Cross Channel is not closed in this manner. The net result is that the BDCP model overestimates outflow under such circumstances. Was this, so was your observation that this continued in the WaterFix modeling that you examined?
In the WaterFix modeling that we examined, that the petitioners performed, they did not close the cross-channel gate in order to meet Rio Vista flow requirements. They increased delta outflow. They changed operations in order to meet that standard. It could have been increased releases from upstream reservoirs or decreases in North Delta diversion in order to meet that flow requirement on the Sacramento River. In our modeling, we had partial closures of the Delta Cross Channel gate in order to meet the flow requirements on the Sacramento River at Rio Vista.
Which you believe is closest to recent historical operations?
They have closed, the Bureau of Reclamation has closed the cross-channel gate in the past, and we cite an example of October and November of 2013 where they did close the cross-channel gate in order to meet compliance of standards on the Sacramento River.
Okay. The question I asked here was if does the WaterFix modeling have the same issue with overestimated outflow as you saw in the BDCP modeling, with possibly overestimating outflow and overestimating benefits to Delta smelt?
To answer this question, I'd like to pull up Exhibit SVWU 110. Slide 37. I'd like to turn your attention to...
Oh, hold on, Mr. Beret.
Okay, sure.
Ms. Desjardins has... Since you're answering her questions, it's best that
sorry.
she's...
Apologies.
Ready? Okay.
Okay, I'd like to turn your attention to the average monthly difference plots. And let me remind everybody again what this slide shows. These are changes in delta outflow for the preferred alternative, or alternative 4A in the biological assessment. And the top two plots are the petitioner's models. They're alternative minus the no action. And the bottom two charts are MBK modeling. the alternative 4A minus the no action alternative. And I'd like to turn your attention to October in the monthly difference plots. And you can see that the increase in delta outflow in the petitioner's modeling in October is often over 1,000 CFS increased delta outflow for that month in almost all year types. In the MBK modeling, it's typically less than 1,000 CFS. That difference is primarily driven by the cross-channel gate operation. We still have delta surplus in both modeling scenarios, but we have less delta surplus in the MBK modeling. And that's because we operate the cross-channel gate to meet that Rio Vista flow requirement. And we're only doing that when we're in compliance at water quality at Jersey Point and Rock Slough. So that's really the difference that we're talking about.
So your assessment is that it's more realistic for the projects to be operated mainly to meet the water quality requirements than these other assumptions. That if you look at the recent historical operations, that the assumptions that you made were more realistic.
I believe our assumptions are more realistic in that the projects would operate the cross-channel gate.
Okay, thank you. So the next exhibit I'd like to go to
I think your microphone's off.
exhibit DDJ 51. And Mr. Bore, you did this iterative process of adjusting the reservoir operations to be what you, to, in your opinion, be more realistic and comport more with current operating procedures. Is that correct?
We've adjusted the model to get the most realistic simulations as we could.
Yeah. And I just wanted to go, let's scroll down to the objective function. This is relating to the objective function.
And Ms.
Yeah.
Desjardins, what is this document?
So this is an excerpt from the petitioner's 2004 response to the CalSim peer review. The CalSim peer review also noted some issues with the, Mr. Bore, would it surprise you that the issues with the modeling of reservoir operations are long-standing in CalSim?
I'm sorry, they're more...
Or is it, how long have there been issues with CalSim's modeling of reservoir operations? Do you have any idea?
How long have there been problems with it? I'm not sure what you mean by problems, but even, and I see DWRSim is up here as well, which is a predecessor. Some of the logic that we used to use in DWRSim is still present in CalSim 2. There's it's a model. There's always weaknesses in any model run, but I believe that the operation of the model is adequate and to mimic actual CVP SWP operations for planning studies.
Okay, but let's see. So it says most successful applications of optimization that attempt to simulate the behavior of a system have calibrated their objective function so that the model results correspond to what actually happens or would happen under a particular hydrologic in-demand scenario. This is what the peer reviewers noted in 2003. And DWR stated, the lack of calibration is one reason why this simulation of historical operations, which they introduced as Exhibit DWR 505, was unable to mimic historical project carryover storage during drought conditions. Are these issues similar to what you saw in the WaterFix models, that with, corresponding to what would what actually happened during a repeat of certain water years during a particular hydrologic and demand scenario?
Okay, so I think we're mixing apples
Okay.
and oranges a little bit.
Okay.
And let's address this peer review comment and
Okay.
then talk about the adequacy for modeling the WaterFix. It's impossible to calibrate an operations model to historical operations in terms of a formal calibration. Now, calibration is very different than is the model adequate or a valid tool. When you look at historical operations, we've had some very significant changes in operational criteria and standards. Even, for example, in 2014, 2015, we had temporary urgency change petitions where we didn't meet all the standards in the system. And when you look at that change in historical operations, it's very difficult to calibrate a model based on historical operations. I don't think that's a valid metric for determining if CalSim is an adequate tool for evaluating the WaterFix. That's my personal opinion. I think that there's a lot of folks in our profession who are of the same opinion. Now, is the modeling adequate for evaluating the California WaterFix? And we'll have to defend ourselves. I believe that the modeling we did certainly is adequate for evaluating the California WaterFix.
I wasn't asking about your modeling. I was asking about the modeling presented by the petitioners and the discrepancies you saw with the reservoir operations, which caused you to make changes.
Yeah, we've spent quite a bit of time comparing and contrasting those models, and I'm happy to repeat a lot of that, but...
Please do not.
Yeah, no, I'm just, it's just a question about the petitioner's modeling. They noticed there were discrepancies in the historical operations with mimicking carryover storage, and you saw some discrepancies in carryover storage, I believe, and in exports. Isn't that correct?
Again, it's really difficult to take the CalSim simulation and compare it to historical operations.
That's true.
We can use historical operations and what's happened and the decisions that the operators made in operating the project and why they made those decisions and incorporate that into the model logic. And that's typically what is done with these simulation models. And I think that there is some helpful information in the petitioner's models. They're showing how much surplus we can grab out of the system. We're showing that. We operated the reservoirs differently than they did and balanced the system differently. And I've said several times, I believe our modeling is a better depiction or a closer depiction of how the projects would actually operate. That doesn't mean that what the petitioners did is completely useless. These are all ways of operating the system. So I'm struggling to, really how to answer your question.
Thank you. Let me just go to Exhibit DDJ 54 to ask a clarifying follow-up question. Scroll down, please. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. If it says...
Excuse me, I just request that Ms. DeJardin identify what this document
Okay,
is.
so I apologize. This is an excerpt. This is Exhibit DDJ 54. It's an excerpt from the 2004 CalSim peer review response, in which they specifically responded to the issue about calibration and validation of the operations model, and specifically issues of reservoirs and how well the model represented operating rules. And so this states that a more reasonable, what they proposed was a more reasonable approach to defining behavioral parameters is through discussions of system operators to define current operational policy or rules, and that it would appear more reasonable to define operating rules in conversations with operators and subsequently use a recent wet, normal, and dry year in a validation exercise. Mr. Boer, I just wanted to say, if you had like a post-2009 BIOP data set, if you had a recent, like 2010 to 2015, if there was an input data set for CalSim and you had a recent wet, normal, dry, critically dry year, would it make it easier to assess how the model actually, your model or the petitioner's model, represented current operations?
So when you look at recent historical operations, which we do, and we track operations pretty closely, and the decisions that are made to operate the projects, and we try to incorporate that logic into CalSim. And since 2009, there has been significant effort from the Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, and several consultants to improve the representation of those biological opinions in CalSim. When we operate the model, we do pay attention to what has happened and how the projects operate so that we get an operation that does mimic those recent operations. So I would agree with the statement that the way the project operators operate is how we want the models to operate.
So you described a series of qualitative changes you made that were based on sort of assessments of how well you believed the WaterFix modeling presented by the petitioners represented those recent historical operations. Is that correct? And the changes you made, would it be correct to say that you were trying to meet what your understanding was of these recent historical operations?
Yes. It's like, if I understand your question,
Okay.
we're trying to take that, the way the project operators operate, and incorporate that into our model runs. And that's the goal of the models, is to mimic those operational rules and decisions that the operators make.
And you believe the changes you've made are more representative of, are more realistic in terms of the operations aspect?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The next thing, I want to go back to one of my exhibit files, the files that I submitted. you could bring that folder up. And I'd like to go to musings on a model. And I believe it's page 12.
What is this document?
Okay, so this document is entitled Musings on a Model, CalCIM 2 in California's Water Community.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
So I want to go to...
And you've identified this as DDJ X109?
Yes, I've identified this as DDJ X109. It's going to be exhibit DDJ 109. Thank you. I'm just keeping the naming convention with that. I'm not finding, okay. Scroll back. Let's go to page 11. No, I'm not finding. Yeah, scroll back. Scroll back.
Is it highlighted?
No, it's not. Okay, I'm going to have to skip this question. I apologize. So the next, I'll skip this question. I did have a question. Let's go to DDJ X92. And I had some exhibits. And Mr. Bore, I just wanted to ask you, there was a change to the State Water Project delivery object that was done for some early modeling.
Ms. Desjardins, you need to identify what this is.
Okay, yeah, let's go back. Edit. Go.
It's only one page.
Yeah. Can we go back to the spreadsheet? There's a spreadsheet on there. So let's go back to the spreadsheet. Yeah. Yeah. So this is from the Modeling Support Branch website, and it's a comparison of the 2009 and 2010 delivery logic and the 2010 logic. Let's go to SWP, WSIDI. The 2010 logic was what was used for the State Water Board, some of the early BDCP scenarios. And I have a PDF of this as well. And Mr. Bore, I have paper copies.
And this is DDJ 91.
Exports at Oroville. So it shows the old curve is dashed in blue, and the new curve is in pink.
Okay, so still, it is difficult to comment on this because each CalCIM scenario that is developed, you retrain these curves to be commensurate with the standards and requirements and facilities that you have in that CalCIM run. So CalCIM actually has an iterative process to develop these curves based on that. And this is what we talked about as kind of a standard procedure for CalCIM is to redevelop these curves. So I'm not quite sure, even though that these are from a CalCIM run for BDCP, it could be from a wide variety of different CalCIM runs. So it's very difficult to comment on what the changes would mean here. And further, describing what the water supply index is versus the delivery index, and how's that used in the model, is, it's a complex operation. And, the model uses this in conjunction with a delivery versus carryover index. So once you get that delivery index, there's a delivery versus carryover curve that is also used to set allocations. And then on top of that, there's the export estimate, which will further change south of Delta deliveries. So this is one component of several factors that determine deliveries. And I can't tell you what influence this would have on a calcium run, or which calcium run this is from. So it's really a vague question, and you have to put really the whole picture together.
Let me ask you then about the hierarchy of what happens. So the water supply index, I looked at the code, and they start in large, they have an estimate of water supply. Isn't it the water supply in the future is, they assume it to be equal to the runoff at that point, or they have an estimate of the water supply? Oh, sorry. They have an estimate of the water supply, and then from that, they estimate how much water is going to be put into demands.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
and Dan knows the details of this logic in a lot more detail than I do, but let's try a simple explanation first.
Yeah.
Okay, but before you do,
Yeah.
help me understand where you're going with this, Ms. Desjardins, and what specifically is the point you're trying to make that will be helpful to us in this matter?
Well, there were some conclusions that are in, and I can go to that section of the DEIR, DEIS, that it was not possible to, for the projects to meet the 2010 flow criteria because of the effects on Oroville, because it drained Oroville. And
So without getting into all this detail, what is it about that assertion that you would like to ask Mr. Beret?
I was trying to ask him first about some of the details about how the model represents water supply and demands. And so we would understand a little bit about how changing these curves, which, as Mr. Beret says, happens between different calcium runs, what that does to the assumptions about reservoir operations.
And
since he can't comment on this
and that's fine, but I would like us to step back from perhaps dwelling in the weeds and going back to your point, which is a good point, that there's this assertion that was made by petitioners. Mr. Beret, do you have an opinion on the assertion regarding, well, I'll let you state that assertion again, that point that you wanted to get to in terms of the modeling that the petitioners presented?
Well, more generally, Mr. Beret, I guess what I'm saying is you state that that these water supply index, demand index, that it's trained and that it differs from application to application. It's changed for different, there isn't a single standard WSI-DI curve that's used. So in some sense, the water supply, the reservoir operations assumptions are changing for both the State Water Project and Central Valley Project reservoirs.
No, you've lost me again.
Yeah.
You've lost me again. Go
All
back. I asked what
Yeah.
What was the main point that you were trying to get to? Not the details, but the main point that you are trying, the overarching point that you are trying to get to. And you mentioned that there was an assertion made by petitioners when they did their modeling that they could not meet.
They could not meet the 2010 flow criteria or some variant of it because of unacceptable impacts on Oroville Reservoir.
Do you have an opinion on that, Mr. Beret?
Okay, thank you.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me see. Let me go back to my set of folders. Don't save. Yeah, that concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Bore.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And unless someone else has shown up, I believe that concludes the cross-examination. Mr. Lilly, your redirect. And I see that you've taken off your tie.
I figured I better try to comport to the norms here. Okay, so I would like Mr. Baker to put up on the screen exhibit SWRCB 104.
Could you give the chapter number and then the page number after that?
Yes, it'll be chapter 3 and it's page 3-83. Okay. And then if you could just scroll down right to there. Thank you. So Mr. Easton, during some of the questioning yesterday, some questions came up about and just for the record, this exhibit has been identified before, but this is the final biological assessment for the California WaterFix project. And Mr. Easton, some questions came up yesterday about the difference between the biological assessments, proposed action, and spring delta outflow criteria versus the modeling assumption of that being done as an EI ratio. Do you generally remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And I think you said at that point you were shown a table which was page 3-88, and you said that there was in fact some text earlier in the document that described how the outflow criterion might be implemented. And is this in fact the text you were referring to?
So you're referring to the top paragraph?
Yes, good question. The paragraph that begins, the proposed operational criteria are described in the following sections and in table 3.3-1.
Yes, it is.
So, and then could you just elaborate, maybe referring to the appropriate parts of this paragraph, why reading that and you concluded that the spring outflow criteria might be implemented by methods other than simply an EI ratio limitation?
Okay. So I'll start with, so I'm going to read directly from the paragraph.
That's okay, as long as you go slowly.
Okay. To avoid a reduction in overall abundance for longfin smelt, the PA includes spring outflow criteria, which are intended to be provided by appropriate beneficiaries through the acquisition of water from willing sellers. It's the top paragraph, and I started on right there. Yep. through acquisition of water from willing sellers. If sufficient water...
Slow down.
Okay. If sufficient water cannot be acquired for this purpose, the spring outflow criteria will be accomplished through operations of the CVP SWP to the extent an obligation is imposed on either this SWP or CVP under federal or applicable state law. That's
Okay, so based on that, what was your conclusion regarding how these potential new delta outflow criteria might be implemented?
Hold on before you answer. Mr. Berliner?
And while we did discuss...
Your microphone is
on.
okay.
While we did discuss the IE ratio, we did not discuss the EI ratio. So I'm not sure where we're going here. My objection may be premature, but since Mr. Lilly introduced this as the EI ratio, we did not discuss that.
Okay, and I'm sorry if I misspoke. I think it's referring to the same thing, but I meant the IE ratio, and I stand corrected.
All right, thank you.
well, this paragraph clearly defines it as a spring outflow criteria with no mention of the SJRIE. And the sentence where it says will be accomplished through operations of the CVP, SWP to the extent an obligation is imposed on either SWP or CVP. To me, I read that and I see that the CVP and SWP have the flexibility to meet this flow requirement, not just with an export constraint, but not necessarily through the San Joaquin River IE export constraint.
And so just so we're all clear, what are the other ways that the CVP and SWP could implement these outflow criteria?
They could make additional releases from upstream reservoirs. And they mentioned the purchase of water, but we did not model that.
And then have you had discussions with anybody at DWR or the Bureau of Reclamation regarding this question of implementation of these delta outflow criteria?
We were at a reclamation meeting to discuss the BA modeling where the implementation was discussed. Yes.
Oh, and what did the Bureau of Reclamation representative say about implementation of these delta outflow criteria?
A representative of Reclamation, a consultant for Reclamation, had mentioned that the San Joaquin River IE was, at that time when we were discussing the modeling, was a mechanism for meeting the outflow, but it was also considered an option that the reservoirs could be operated to meet the outflow criteria.
Okay, now I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Beret. And there were some questions about climate change this morning from Mr. Berliner that I think need a little bit of follow-up explanation. So I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what is wrong with the petitioners using climate change in their modeling?
The main problem I see with the climate change modeling, it does not have adaptation measures, and the operations of the projects don't seem realistic. And we've written several reports that address that. I also mentioned the issue with fulsome operations, and we developed comments for the long-term operations EIS, EIR regarding climate change specific to Folsom and the American River operations. And what we saw is when they impose climate change, they impose it at the project reservoir. So the change in American River Basin hydrology would be imposed at Folsom rather than all of the individual reservoirs within the American River watershed. And what that does, it doesn't capture the reoperation of those upstream reservoirs. And this affects both wetter years and very dry conditions. If the dry years get drier, then the upstream reservoirs may also operate differently. So ignoring those upstream reservoirs would definitely skew the results. So and these reservoirs operate together in a lot of circumstance. For example, if allocations to some of the CVP contractors from Folsom and the American River are decreased by the Bureau of Reclamation, there's agreements for additional releases from upstream reservoirs to meet those demands. And there's also flood control in Folsom that's dependent upon the upstream reservoir condition. And by only changing Folsom, you don't get a... upstream reservoirs, storage conditions. And by only changing the inflow to Folsom and not the operation of the upstream reservoirs, you have inconsistent hydrology between the upstream reservoirs and Folsom. And that skews the results. And that at times could be significant for reservoirs like Folsom. Other reservoirs, such as Shasta, they don't have that upstream storage, so you have different issues there. So there's these problems with climate change, and particularly the adaptation measures make it difficult to be the only hydrologic data set to use for analysis.
Okay, and I think just on a general term, I mean, that was a useful explanation, but what exactly, you talked about adaptations, and for those of us who don't do this stuff as much as you do, maybe you could just explain more generally. I think you may have talked about some adaptations, but what in general are the types of adaptations that the project operations might have to make in response to climate change?
Well, I think there's two types.
Hold on, Mr. Berray. Mr. Berliner?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the cross-examination. We discussed 3 specific series of areas where Mr. Berray cited recommendations, and now we're going into all the world of possibilities. We never asked about that.
Mr. Lilly?
I think that this is within the scope because they basically were critiquing how MBK treated climate change, and I think this is appropriate to explain the situation, to give more explanation for why MBK did what they did.
I agree that it's an outgrowth of that. I will allow Mr. Berray to answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lilly.
Yes.
Can you repeat the question?
And I just wanted to, you referred to adaptations of project operations in response to climate change, and you don't need to detail all of them, but just what types of adaptations are you talking about that potentially could occur in response to climate change?
Okay, well, I think there's really 2 types. One is more of a discretionary operation where the balance between storage and use of that storage within a year may change. If we're subject to change in seasonal runoff and are exposed to longer-term droughts, there could be differences in that balance between project storage and delivery in certain years. Also, the requirements that we have, state board requirements, flow requirements, biological opinions, have all been developed based on what we've seen in the system and historical hydrology. And if we have some significant changes over time, it's possible that those regulations may change to protect. I mean, if you can't meet those requirements in the future, or if different requirements are needed for protection of fishery, then those could be changed in the future, and that would be adaptation to climate change or different hydrologic conditions.
So in your opinion, how would climate change properly be included in an analysis of the effects of the WaterFix project?
So if I were to do it, and I want to also state that I think the climate change projections that were used in the California WaterFix are a little bit outdated, and the newer projections that we've seen are significantly different than those climate change predictions. So given that we're really not sure where the climate is going and what's going to happen, I don't believe that you should solely rely on climate change for the only analysis. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know what has happened, and that historical hydrologic trace should be used to evaluate the projects. And I think that the climate change scenarios are very important to understand how robust our decisions are and what might happen in the future. So I think you really should use both. Again, you should use a historically based hydrologic trace for a lot of reasons that we've cited. But we should also run the climate change scenarios as sensitivity analysis so that we make sure that the decisions we're making are robust.
And did the petitioners submit any exhibits or testimony that includes any such sensitivity analysis?
I haven't seen where they no, I don't believe they've run any sensitivity analysis with different climates. They've only run with the early long-term in these submittals, and they have not run the historical hydrologic trace.
And I take it the early long-term runs do not include the adaptations in project operations that you described and believe are appropriate.
That's correct.
So why did you not include climate change in the modeling that you have submitted for this proceeding?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One, we didn't come up with the adaptation measures that we believe are necessary to really operate with climate change. And we believe we got a better depiction or idea of what could happen by using the historically based hydrologic data sets.
Do you have an opinion as to whether including some kind of recognition or analysis of climate change would change the conclusions that you have described regarding the effects of the WaterFix project?
I think some of our basic conclusions would remain the same. And those are the export estimate issues that we described would remain whether we had climate change or not, and the effect of those would be similar. The effect of joint point of diversion limitations would be similar, and the balancing of San Luis use of the San Luis rule curve would be similar. However, some of the changes in reservoir storages, if those storage levels were lower or higher, it could change some of the water supply reliability, maybe for the Folsom diverters, but it also could change reliability for cold water pool. So, and those would be different under different climate change scenarios.
Right, thank you. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Mr. Berliner, do you anticipate having recross? Then why don't we do this? Why don't we take our lunch break, and we will continue at 1 o'clock, and at that time we will conduct recross of this panel. All right, everyone, please find a seat. It is 1 o'clock, and we are resuming. Mr. Berliner or Mr. Mizell, does the department wish to conduct recross?
We have no recross for this witness.
Ms. Offenberg?
Amy Offenberg for Interior. We have no recross. Thank you.
Let me do this the easy way. Who is here who conducted cross, who would like to conduct recross? Ms. Desjardins. Please come on up. And I'll remind you that your recross need to stay on the topic that Mr. Lilly conducted in his redirect.
Yes, this will be just on the two topics that Mr. Lilly redirected. Once again, I'm Deirdre Desjardins. Can we, go ahead and open this up. Mr. Borey, you participate regularly in California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. Is that correct?
I participate in it, not so regularly.
Okay. Well, there was, I'd like to go to, this was a presentation by Francis Chung, who is principal engineer with the Department of Water Resources, I believe, in 2010, and it also pertains to climate change. Can we go to page 12 of this document? Jason, page 12. And so this problem, you saw this as well with dead storage. This goes back to the early days of BDCP modeling.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Mr. Berliner?
Yeah.
I have an objection. This is beyond the scope of redirect.
I was wondering too, Ms. Desjardins, where are you going with this? And
I would like to say I think it is relevant that Francis Chung also recommended that the department develop a reoperation strategy for the reservoirs prior to release of the BDCP modeling.
I don't believe
That's in the scope. All right.
I don't believe that was in the scope of Mr. Beret's redirect.
Okay. Well, all right, then I would say that
you would ask?
I would ask that so it is a serious future problem with climate change, how the projects are going to operate with increased outflow needs due to sea level rise and increased demands in the area of origin. Is that not correct?
Hold on, Mr. Berliner.
I'm going to object again. That's beyond the scope of the redirect.
Okay, so it is an issue of how the projects are going to operate in the future, and that was an issue with the modeling that you saw. That do you think it's an open question about how the projects are going to operate, or are you assuming that there's going to be some appropriate adaptation?
Mr. Beret's redirect clarified some of the reasons why they don't believe the climate change analysis that was conducted by petitioners was adequate. Mr. Beret also pointed out some of the weaknesses, things such as why he thought it was not adequate, because it didn't address things such as adaptation measures and it wasn't realistic. His testimony was quite general in nature. So I'm trying to understand where you're going with this.
I was just trying to get Walter's opinion. It's a pity I can't compare to another engineer's opinion, but modelers are faced with a question when looking at future conditions of, you know, is this an appropriate, is this a real effect, or is this something that the system would adapt to?
Are you talking about climate change in particular?
And the dead pool conditions in particular. So I was trying to clarify more with Walter. As a modeler, not as a system operator, but as a modeler, when you see the dead pool conditions, is your assessment that that's a realistic assumption about future operations when you saw the dead pool conditions in the...
Mr. Berliner?
I'm going to object again. This came up during the case-in-chief discussions, but this did not come up in redirect.
Ms. Desjardins, you need to focus on what Mr. Beret testified in redirect by Mr. Lilly. This is not to open the entire cross-examination process over again.
Yeah, I was trying to just focus in on climate change, and I believe Mr. Lilly asked Mr. Beret about why he didn't include climate change, and there was a question about Mr. Beret. Mr. Lilly asked you why, of some of the reasons why you didn't include climate change. Was one of them this question about future operations under climate change?
That future operations were uncertain and adaptation measures have not been developed to reflect that as part of the modeling.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Mr. Lilly, I'm going to request that you wait until the entirety of Group 7 completes its case in chief before submitting any exhibits into evidence.
And I will follow the hearing officer's directions. And I do want to appreciate everybody's attention and insightful questions both yesterday and today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. We will now move to panel number 2 from Group 7. Thank you, Mr. Beret and Mr. Easton. Mr. Van Camp, before you get too comfortable, please remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, please answer, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Meredith Nickel. I'm an attorney with Downey Brand here on behalf of the group of protestants conveniently called the Sacramento Valley Group. This group is made up of numerous protestants, all of which are part of, but not the entirety of, the similarly named Sacramento Valley water users. So the purpose of this panel of just Mark Van Camp is just limited to introducing the water rights and use of those rights for the protestants of the Sacramento Valley Group, as well as RD 1004. And Dustin Cooper is here on behalf of RD 1004. Can you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
My name is Mark Van Camp, spelled capital V-A-N, capital C-A-M-P.
Mr. Van Camp, have you taken an oath to tell the truth during your testimony for this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Van Camp, can you please examine Exhibit SVG-01-001? Is this an accurate statement of your written testimony for this hearing?
Yes, it is.
Now, if you could please turn to and examine Exhibit SVG-00, I'm sorry, -01-002. Is this an accurate statement of your education and professional experience?
Yes, it is.
And now I'm going to ask you to quickly peruse the exhibit list. Do the exhibits identified as SVG-02-001 through SVG-25-037 contain true and correct copies of the water rights claimed and held by protestants of the Sacramento Valley Group, as reflected in those exhibits or in documents on file with the State Water Board, and the use of those rights?
Yes, they do.
Good afternoon, Dustin Cooper on behalf of Reclamation District number 1004. Mr. Van Camp is also offering testimony on behalf of RD 1004. Before going through a similar exercise, I would like to incorporate the opening statement by Mr. Lilly of the Sacramento Valley Water Users for RD 1004. Mr. Van Camp, would you, if I can direct your attention to the exhibit that's been marked as MLF 100, and let me know when you've had a chance to pull that up.
I have.
Is Exhibit MLF 100 a true and correct copy of your testimony on behalf of Reclamation District number 1004?
Yes, it is.
Would you please turn to Exhibit MLF-101?
Okay.
Is Exhibit MLF-101 a true and correct copy of your resume and professional qualifications?
Yes, it is.
If I could direct your attention to the documents that have been identified as Exhibits MLF 102 through 165, only through 165 for this question.
Okay.
Are Exhibits MLF 102 through MLF 165 true and correct copies of Reclamation District number 1004's statements of diversion and use and supplemental statements under water rights held by the district for the years 2010 through 2014?
Yes.
If I can now direct your attention to the exhibits identified as MLF 166 through 188.
Okay.
Are those true and correct copies of the water right licenses and permits, as well as reports under those licenses and permits, as well as a true and correct copy of the settlement agreement that the Reclamation District number 1004 holds with the United States?
Yes, along with the monthly diversions reported by Reclamation.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Camp, will you please take a moment and summarize your written testimony in Exhibits MLF-100 and SVG-01-001?
Certainly. as Ms. Nickel represented, the purpose is simply to document and identify the water rights on file by these protestants for this proceeding, for the Sacramento Valley Group, in addition to RD 1004, to also identify the water use under those water rights for the years 2010 through 2014. In the case of the use of water pursuant to the contracts that many of these water right holders have with reclamation or with DWR, I have water use through 2015. I have also identified, because of our familiarity and involvement with water transfers, have identified the quantities of water transfers by each of these water right holders and protestants for 2010 through 2015. In developing this testimony for these protestants of the Sac Valley Group and RD 1004, well, for the Sac Valley Group, I elected to group them by similar categories. Those categories, the first category is what I refer to, or it's common referred to as Sacramento River settlement contractors. So in addition to the water rights held with your agency, they have what is referred to as settlement contract with the Bureau of Reclamation. That also pertains to RD 1004. The second group is consistent of one, meaning Sutter Extension Water District, and in addition to the numerous water rights it holds, it also has an agreement with the Department of Water Resources, which generally is similar to the Sac River settlement contracts. The third group of entities or protestants within my testimony are those that do not hold contracts or may have a contract with reclamation, but not in the form of a settlement contract, but hold numerous water rights, and many of them include storage facilities and have the water rights for those storage facilities. So I have detailed that for each of these protestants. I don't think for the purpose of this proceeding and for efficiency, I need to go through each one of them. They are very similar in nature. They have, I refer to your files, rather than providing paper copies when possible.
And that concludes our direct examination.
Thank you. You also finished as well, Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
All right. Group number 1, Department of Water Resources. Actually, while Mr. Mizell is getting set up, let me do a quick check. How many parties intend to cross-examine Mr. Van Camp? Just by a show of hand? Just Ms. Desjardins then, all right? I'm sorry, did I miss you, Mr. Jackson? Okay. Mr. Mizell, estimated time and
I would expect to be 30 minutes or less.
right, please begin.
Okay. So, Mr. Van Camp, thank you for coming in today to answer questions. I'll be asking rather similar questions both about the Sac Valley Group exhibits and the MLF exhibits. So bear with me, I'll separate them out so that we don't get confused in the record. Did you draft what has been marked as exhibit SVG-01-001?
Yes, I did.
And did you draft what has been marked as exhibit MLF-100?
Yes, I did.
And did anyone assist you in drafting the testimony SVG-01-001?
I had communication with folks in my office, but I was the one that drafted it.
Similar question, did anyone assist you in drafting the testimony of MLF-100?
Same answer.
Okay. Did you rely upon Mr. Donald Keeneland to draft the testimony marked SVG-01-001?
No, I did not.
Okay. Similarly, did you rely upon Mr. Donald Keeneland to draft MLF-100?
No, I did not.
Okay. And please confirm that the primary purpose of your testimony is to identify and provide a description of the water rights held by each of the parties listed in those two exhibits.
Yes, the primary purpose is just to document the water rights, the water use, in addition to the contracts held.
So I understand correctly that you're familiar with all of the contracts identified in those two exhibits?
I am familiar with the form of contract and work with them on a regular basis, yes.
Okay. Do you agree that the contract between the joint boards and the Department of Water Resources is a settlement agreement?
I believe the agreement refers to the water rights. I believe it's a form of a settlement agreement, yes.
So is it true that the settlement agreement marked as SVG-20-72 does not change or modify the parties' water rights, except for a change in point of diversion agreed to on July 6, 1964?
Mr. Mizell, I believe you're actually referring to a portion of my testimony on page 12.
There's an exhibit marked as SVG-20-72 that I believe is previously marked as DWR 329. And if Mr. Baker, you could bring up either one, I guess, DWR 329 on pages 19 and 20, you can see the text that I'm actually referring to. So pages 19 and 20. We're looking for paragraph number 11. I'll give you a moment to read that.
Further down as well, Mr. Mizell?
No, I think up to the end of the first sentence would be fine.
I have read it.
Okay. So is it true that this sentence states that this settlement agreement does not change or modify the parties' water rights except for a change in point of diversion agreed to on July 6th, 1964?
That is what it says.
Okay. Okay. In fact, your testimony, going back to SVU 01-001, page 12, your testimony states that the 1969 agreement that we've just been reviewing provides that water diverted under the agreement shall be deemed diverted under the joint district's water rights. Is that correct?
Yes.
So more generally now, do any of the contracts with the state of California for the contract holders listed in your testimony, either the SVG-01-001 or the MLF-100, do any of those contracts with the department provide for rights to storage in any state facility?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Mizell is asking for the content of that contract. Do you have that information? Do you have that knowledge, Mr. Van Camp? Not an interpretation, but whether the contract contains that language.
Not specifically. I'm aware the contracts call for quantities of water. Mr. Mizell, I'd ask you to be a little bit more clear, though. The only state contract is the one held by Sutter Extension Water District, I believe.
Very good.
Sutter Extension Water District.
Do any of the contracts with the United States afford those contractors rights to storage in a federal facility?
Same objection.
Answer if you can, Mr. Van Camp. If it's beyond your expertise, you may say so.
I will provide my position from a technical engineer standpoint in dealing with those contracts. There are water rights settlement contracts, so that to the extent the water rights are deficient, the contracting entity has agreed to supplement those water rights, likely with stored water, to provide the contract quantities defined in those contracts.
Okay, and when you use the word likely from stored water, that's an anticipation, maybe a speculation as to what might happen in the future, but not necessarily spelled out explicitly in the text that you're aware of.
From my experience and the development of the Sacramento River Settlement Contract, studies were performed to arrive at an estimated quantity of water that would be needed available to supplement those water rights.
I think I've covered all my points, actually, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Desjardins, your time estimate?
This should be 15 minutes tops.
And your focus area?
I wanted to ask about when the settlement contracts were signed and what were the conditions under which they were signed. And then I want to ask about the amounts and rates of diversion under the contracts that are done under the Bureau's permit.
All right. You need to get closer to the microphone. I believe
Yeah,
the court
I
reporters-
apologize. I seem to be having a problem with hoarseness.
Okay.
So, Mr. Van Camp, a number of those settlement contracts were signed around 1964. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Originally. And that was done as a result of Decision 990. Are you aware of that history?
I am.
Let's go in. So I want to go ahead and open Decision 990. I want to go to page 86.
Before we do that, you have labeled it DDJ 97, but you did that earlier.
Yeah, DDJ, sorry. I hereby mark it as DDJ 97. Thank you.
No, you marked earlier cross exhibit as DDJ 97.
Oh, no.
And this is a different document.
Let's make it DDJ 98, and I will correct that. Thank you. So I believe page 86. So this was, let's look at term 23. No, that's correct, page 86. Scroll up. Let's stop. Term 23, I believe this is the term under which your contracts were signed. The export of stored water under permits issued pursuant to applications 5626, 9363, and 9364 outside the watershed of Sacramento River Basin or beyond the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta shall be subject to the reasonable beneficial use of said stored water within said watershed and delta, both present and prospective, provided, however, that agreements for the use of said stored water are entered into with the United States prior to March 1st, 1964 by parties currently diverting water from the Sacramento River. And it continues for prior to 1971 for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. But Mr. Van Camp, is it your understanding that the contracts were signed under this permit term of Decision 990?
It may be difficult for me to decide or state how they were signed under what.
Yeah.
But clearly this was direction provided by this board to the Bureau of Reclamation for a permit to operate the Central Valley Project.
And is it your understanding that those contracts were signed in part in consideration of beneficial use of stored water within the Sacramento Valley?
I'm going to object as vague and ambiguous as to what in consideration of means.
Okay. Maybe I'm not a water rights attorney. So there were area of origin statutes. Are you aware of how those intersect with the settlement contracts that were signed?
Object again as to vague and ambiguous as to the word intersect with.
All right. Well, if you're accepting, okay, then I'd like to go to page 84. And scroll back up. I'm looking for permit term 14. Oh, sorry, it's little bit. Okay, 14th stop. So the other thing I wanted to ask, there was a reporting requirement in this decision that said, no direct diversion or rediversion of stored water for beneficial use under permits issued pursuant to applications 5626, 9363, yada yada, other than through the conduits or canals hereinafter named in this paragraph, shall be made until a description of the location of each point of diversion and a statement of the quantity of water to be diverted is filed with the State Water Rights Board. And it lists project canals. Is it your understanding that the Bureau filed statements of the points of rediversion of stored water under your contracts with this board? Or is there a record of that? The location and the quantity of water to be diverted.
I'm going to object as to mischaracterizing the testimony. The entities here do not have contracts with this board.
No, this is when you divert stored water by the Bureau, are you diverting that under your permit or under the Bureau's permit?
I'm going to object also to vague and ambiguous as to you. I'm not sure who we're talking about.
Reclamation District 1008 diverts stored water under a contract, or is that under Reclamation District's 108 water right or the Bureau's water right?
Sorry, I heard two. Are we talking about RD 1004 or RD 108?
I believe it's RD 1008, but maybe I am not correctly recollecting the districts, the water districts that you're representing. In the testimony, there's an RD 108 and an RD 1004. Okay, let's try 1004 then.
Let me try to give you a general understanding of how the reporting goes.
And before you do that, help me understand, Ms. Desjardins, again, what is the broader context of where you're going with this line of questioning? What is it that you're trying to get at?
Water Code, California Code of Regulations, Title 23, 794, requires information under subdivision 6, requires information on diversion, and this term also is rediversion of stored water, and I'm just trying to find out about if there's statements of the amount of water rediverted under the Bureau's permits. There's many different settlement contractor locations, and the peak rates of diversion, and I believe it is relevant to this proceeding because cumulatively it's a lot of diversions of stored water.
Ms. Nickel?
So I think I heard a Code of Regulations section in there, 794, and I don't have my code in front of me, but I believe that's the section that refers to the information that must be in a petition, and we're not here offering any sort of petition for change. Rather, we have submitted protests in this proceeding. So I don't see how this witness could answer a question about the petition that he did not file.
I'm not asking him to answer a question about a petition. I can just ask you instead, let me go first. I would like to ascertain. Let me give you some specifics. So let's go to Provident Irrigation District. So Provident Irrigation District signed a settlement contract with the Bureau of Reclamation. And I'd like to ask you specifically, to your knowledge, was the location and the amount diverted? Did you ever, do you have any knowledge that this statement and the location under this permit term was filed with the board? And I understand that's a responsibility of reclamation. I'm just asking you if you have any knowledge of that. And I understand that you report separately under your own water rights.
So you are correct. The individual districts file their water use statements with this board on their diversions under their water rights, and they refer to their Sac River settlement contract. Reclamation files their own reports of water use, and I have not analyzed the Bureau's reports of water use.
Okay. Thank you. The other thing I'd like to ask, for example, with Provident, you have a contract and it specifies a base amount and a quote-unquote project amount. But my understanding is that depending upon natural flows, you may be, the Bureau could be required to provide up to the entire contract amount, not just what's called the project amount. Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Van Camp?
I will provide you my understanding from the experience I've had with the Sac River contracts, the renewals of those contracts. Studies were undertaken back in the 50s, often referred to as the 1956 studies. The deficiencies of water rights changes on a regular basis, every year. Hopefully most years they're fulfilled with natural flow. For the purpose of ease of these contracts, the contractors and the Bureau of Reclamation negotiated average deficiencies. And that is what's represented in the contracts, a quantity of base supply and a quantity of project water, or otherwise would be the deficiency of the water right. It would be difficult for the Bureau to, I believe, administer those contracts on a regular annual basis. So the purpose of those contracts was to do it on an average basis and have a payment based on that assumed average deficiency. You're right, in any one year, the deficiency of the water right may be less or more.
Ms. Desjardins, help me understand the relevance of your question to the WaterFix petition that is before us. I'm struggling to determine the value of this cross-examination and this line of questioning.
The question regards what the peak diversions under the Bureau's permits will be, and it is relevant to the overall question before this board, unless...
Go ahead, Ms. Nichol, jump in.
I'm not sure how the questions relate to that topic.
I'm trying to determine what both a peak... so he's clarified that there's an average deficiency that's in the contracts, and my next question was going to be that in terms of a like Nokomis Mutual Water Company, I believe, has a post-1914 right, so that in the circumstance of curtailment of that right, Nokomis would have the right to have the entire deficiency made up stored water and ask if that was your understanding of the contracts.
I guess I still don't see how that question relates to the issue of peak diversion under the project.
And
the
neither
proposed
do
project.
I.
Okay, well,
Ms.
then
Desjardins,
let me ask.
Ms. Desjardins, before you throw the whole due process thing at me again,
Yeah.
yes, you do have the right to conduct cross-examination, but your cross-examination must be relevant to the petition that's before us, and it must add value to the record, and it must help us better understand the issues before us. I have struggled with your cross-examinations, and I need you to provide that clear linkage before I will allow you to continue.
Am I allowed to propose a different line of questioning? Because that's what I was going to do. was
And what
switch to
is
the
that line of
I
reasoning?
wanted to ask about the rates of diversion under the contracts. Am
The
I allowed to
rates of diversion under the contract.
Yes.
That would be diversion by the projects?
My understanding is that the stored water is rediverted under the Bureau of, by the settlement contractors under the Bureau's right. And it was for this reason that, for example, in the 2014 curtailment, there was a number, which was the most extreme example. There were a number of settlement contractors that were curtailed, but their contract specifies that the Bureau will make it up. And I raised a question then because I looked at Sacramento Valley very closely, and I said, how can they do this if they're curtailed? But I believe they're allowed to redivert under the stored water right, and I believe that that's what I'm not getting clarification on, but I believe these are all rediversions of stored water under the Bureau's water right. I believe the Bureau has asserted very strongly that nobody has a right to redivert stored water except under their water right. The Bureau's water right.
Ms.
So
Nickel?
that is where, unless they're willing to stipulate that the settlement contractors are diverting abandoned water, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay, Ms. Nickel and then Mr. Berliner.
I still don't see the relevance to this proceeding. I understand the questions are about the Bureau's water rights and the use of those rights, but that has nothing to do with the change in, the proposed change in point of diversion.
Mr. Berliner?
Objection.
Ms. Desjardins, do you have a different line of questioning that is relevant to the petition that is before us?
I'm just trying to read, but Title 23 California Code of Regulations did clearly state that information on rates of diversion would be supplied. I didn't see it in the petitioner's application.
By the petitioners. These are not the petitioners before us.
I was just trying to get some information in the absence of that information being supplied, but I'm willing to stop.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further relevant, meaningful, substantive, helpful cross-examination? Not seeing any other volunteers. Ms. Nickel, Mr. Cooper, does that conclude?
That concludes.
Do you have any redirect?
We have no redirect.
Thank you. And I will again ask you to wait until the conclusion of all the panels for Group 7 before introducing your exhibits.
Will do. Thank you.
We are moving quicker than I anticipated. I don't see your panels 3 in the audience. So I think we may be adjourning early today, but Mr. Hitchens, by the way, I am so pleased to see that I have corrupted you enough that you've taken off your tie.
Your point was well taken.
And I see only one other tie in this room, so I will have to work on, 2. Oh.
You may be getting to this, Hearing Officer Dodick, but the estimates, the next 2 panels, they're coming from Northern California, 2 to 3 hour drive for each witness. So it would be very helpful if, particularly for panel 4, if we could get some estimates as to how long we think panel 3 will take, and that will help with the Tuesday, Wednesday hearing scheduling.
And I see that your panels 5, 6, and 7, you have some specific dates being requested?
Yes, and Mr. Becerra can speak to the availability for witnesses on those
Okay.
3 panels.
So let's talk about panel number 3. Who is in charge of panel number 3?
That will be myself and Mr. Hitchings.
Okay.
That's correct.
So we will start with panel number 3 on Tuesday in Byron Share Auditorium. How much time do you anticipate for direct?
No more than 30 minutes.
Show of hand, those at this time thinking they might conduct cross-examination. Okay, so I'm guessing at least one day. Panel number 4. You don't think it'll take a whole day? Okay.
That would also be a panel that Mr. Cooper and I will be conducting direct on, and I think that would probably be maybe 40 minutes of direct.
Will they be available on Tuesday as well?
Yes, with the exception of Mark Orm. Mr. Orm is not available until Friday.
Okay.
But what I would propose is we go ahead with the panel, and then we can trail Mr. Orm to a later date when it's convenient.
Okay. Mr. Berliner, I see you there.
We don't think that our cross-examination will take a considerable amount of time, so
Okay.
it seemed to us that it would be reasonable to expect at least 2 panels to get done on Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Depending on direct, but cross-examination will be pretty standard routine.
Okay.
So, and fairly repetitious, I believe.
Now, thank you, Mr. Berliner. Now, my understanding is that your panels 5, 6, and 7 will not be available until November 3rd. Is that correct?
Ryan Becerra for cities of Folsom, Roseville, San Juan, Sacramento Suburban. No, actually, we were just trying to coordinate those into those dates. Those were the dates that at the time we sent the letter we thought would work. We think we can probably arrange for at least one of those panels to be here on Wednesday. We have some childcare issues. We have people leaving town. We have a variety of issues coordinating all those witnesses, but I believe we're pretty sure we can get at least one panel here on Wednesday.
And then the others on Thursday and Friday?
Depending on cross-examination, we may be able to do more than one on Wednesday. I don't know what the cross is planned for each of those 3 panels.
Mr. Berliner, might you give us some clue?
So these panels are substantially different between the 3 of them, and so it would be very helpful to know which ones you're anticipating for which days.
Panel 6 is, well, let me refer back to the attorneys representing those panels.
Ms. Buckman for the panels. So the Folsom Diverters panel needs to go on Wednesday if possible, starting no earlier than 10 in order to accommodate the childcare drop-off.
Okay.
And so we would be looking for them on Wednesday, the Folsom Diverters, Roseville, San Juan, Folsom, and Placer County Water Agency. Mr. Maish is in Spain, but we spoke this morning with the attorneys for Placer County Water Agency, and Mr. Fecco can step in for Mr. Maish on the panel, and Mr. Maish will make himself available for any further discussion people want to have with him when he returns to the country.
We don't have a time estimate at this point for the Placer County Water Agency witness, but we would imagine it'll be under an hour.
Okay. This is why I said no to a scheduling meeting. It's just too difficult to project, especially with the number of parties and how much cross-examination will take and all that. So let's just aim to complete Group 7 next week, assuming that your witnesses are available.
If we don't have extensive cross, we think we could do 2 panels, either 5 and 7 or 5 and 6 on Wednesday, and the other one on Thursday.
Could I just take a minute just to confer with the attorneys and get right back to you for a sec?
Sure.
Okay. And then as you're doing that, let me ask, is there a representative here from the group number 7 and 15? Is there a representative here from group 7 and 15? Mr. Hitchens is trying to fight his way to the podium.
Yes, thank you. One of my other colleagues at the firm, Aaron Ferguson, is the lead for that. I can confer with him. I believe they are prepared to immediately follow as soon as the group 7 other panels are done. So
Excellent.
we can report on that on Tuesday morning.
Excellent.
One other thing I might add that for the Feather River panel, it sounds that the Sac River Settlement Contractor panel on Tuesday would take the morning, and would it be fair and appropriate to say they should be ready to go as of 12:30? We'll be here by 12:30, just in case they do start that early.
That sounds,
No need before then.
that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And let me be extra ambitious. Is there a representative here representing group number 8?
Meredith Nickel on behalf of the Tama-Calusa Canal Authority. Group number 8 will be ready next week.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. Group number 9, North Delta Water Agency. Anyone here representing them?
Kevin Bray representing North Delta Water Agency. We'll be ready next week in whatever order.
Excellent. Number 10.
Good afternoon, Chair David Elodjian for group number 10. We'll be ready on November 3rd, and I believe that group number 10. Let's leave it at that.
All right. I think that's far enough ahead. Was there a report from the huddle?
No.
As long as you don't run into the band.
Yeah. Depending on your preference. I think what we'd like to propose is that those of us presenting panels 5, 6, and 7 caucus with those who plan to be cross-examining, and we'll figure that out and report back as soon as we possibly can. I think that panel 5 will be ready to go at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. I think that's the best available information, and then we can proceed from there. As Mr. Hitchens indicated, one of the Sacramento County Water Agency witnesses has some scheduling constraints that may require him to go at a little bit different time. But I believe Wednesday, 10 o'clock, we should be ready with panel 5.
All right. Well, since we're adjourning early, you have plenty of time to coordinate.
Thank you.
Anything else before we adjourn for the week? All right. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on Tuesday in Byron Share Auditorium.